Committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. Without objection, all members shall have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional material to the chair for inclusion in the record. And I know it's a busy day for all members, and I'd like to give you a schedule for how this committee will proceed today. We have a vote series on the floor at 10:30, and then again later in the afternoon. I know we normally have a 1:30 vote series. That's what we're planning for today, but those plans change, as we recognize. We will recess for each of the vote series. It's my intention to conclude debate when the second series begins. Whatever we've completed by then, we'll vote on immediately after the second series and be done for the day. A quorum being present, will now proceed to the business. The chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. Good morning, everyone. I want to start by saying how grateful I am to be back at the House Financial Services Committee. Thanks. That brief sojourn did not make me envious of other people's tasks. Made me more grateful for being able to deal with you and work with you on both sides of the aisle. And so nice to be back. And as we sit here today, we know what's going on in the world. We hear that clearly. I think we have alignment, generally speaking, and acknowledge that the world's on fire and we need U.S. leadership. Our allies are questioning our commitment to the rules-based international system that we have been so constructive in building with our allies in the last 50 years. On October 7th, Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists launched a barbaric and unjustified attack against Israeli civilians. In the worst assault on Jews since the Holocaust, we saw families brutally slaughtered, entire communities decimated, and disgusting acts of violence carried out against the most vulnerable. We know all of this is true because we've seen the horrific images and videos from that day. Undeniable proof of Hamas's anti-Semitic terror campaign. We're also all aware of Ukraine's ongoing fight against Putin's unjustified invasion. These conflicts have not occurred in a vacuum. They are interconnected. A new axis of evil is on the rise, and as the leader of the free world, it's the United States' duty to confront it. Russia, Iran, and the Chinese Communist Party are growing closer, threatening global stability. The crux of this emerging partnership centers around the trade of oil and energy, as well as illicit finance networks that allow these rogue actors to circumvent sanctions. So today, our committee will stand with our Israeli allies, as we work to further isolate Iran and its proxies from the global financial system. This is just the most recent step in our committee's work. Last month, we held subcommittee hearings to examine Hamas's financing and the role of Iran. Just last week, we had a bipartisan classified session with Deputy Secretary Adeyemo to better understand the nature of these ongoing global wars. I would concur that the administration has done an admirable task of rising to this occasion. The legislation we'll consider today builds on these ongoing efforts. We'll mark up Congressman Lawler's Iran-China Energy Sanctions Act of 2023 to target Iranian oil revenue, one of their primary sources of funding used to finance terrorism around the globe. H.R. 6000 and H.R. 5945, introduced by Representatives Nunn and Meuser, respond to reports that the Biden administration eased Iran's ability to access $6 billion in humanitarian assistance. We'll also consider H.R. 5921, introduced by Mr. Huizenga, that would prohibit the Treasury Secretary from issuing any licenses authorizing a U.S. financial institution to engage in transactions for trade with Iran other than food, medicine, and medical devices benefiting Iranian civilians. This conforms with the stated policy of the administration. That bill also requires the Secretary to oppose International Monetary Fund assistance to Iran, to ensure the IMF member companies do not exchange special drawing rights held by Iran. It also prohibits the Export-Import Bank from providing assistance involving the Iranian government or any entity owned or controlled by the government. H.R. 6245, a bipartisan bill introduced by Representatives Hill and Vargas, requires the president to report on the assets of certain Iranian government officials and terrorist leaders while also providing for the publication of those assets. We did this in response to Russia and Russian oligarchs as well. We'll also consider Congressman Luetkemeyer's H.R. 6015, which requires the president to prescribe regulations ensuring humanitarian exemptions involving Iran sanctions and ensuring they do not facilitate acts of international terrorism, transactions with sanctions persons, or the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. These are just a handful of bills on today's agenda. It's my expectation we'll move all of them to the floor expeditiously. As today's geopolitical landscape grows ever more precarious, it's our responsibility to put forth thoughtful policy to protect our national security and support our allies. I believe all of these bills we will advance today meet this goal and complement the efforts of our colleagues across Congress. As I've said before, we hear a lot of tough talk in Washington, but it's the Financial Services Committee that continues to walk the walk. Finally, today, I hope we can focus on our work here in the Financial Services Committee. We all agree we should pass a supplemental appropriations bill and keep the government open. Those two things are very important. Helping with our national security efforts and international aid is very important. And I support the package that is being contemplated in the Senate. I also support keeping the government open. But we're legislating in this committee specific to our committee. And we should use today's markup to advance sound policy, not as a platform for partisan talking points. And I look forward to a robust discussion and debate today, and I yield back. I'll now recognize the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and we all welcome you back. And I just don't want you to use the gavel as hard as you used it when you were acting as...
Not next to the ranking member. I will not do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So good morning. On October 7th, Hamas launched a deadly attack against the people of Israel, resulting in the death of more than 1,400 Israelis, as well as over 30 Americans. I again condemn Hamas for this horrible and deadly attack. And I recognize that there were many civilians in that 1,400 who lost their lives. Over the last month, we've seen as Israel tries to eliminate Hamas and wage war, thousands of innocent Palestinians, including children and babies, are also being killed. This must stop. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that unless we are able to stop this war that is being waged, that Hezbollah and Iran may get into this war, which would draw the United States into it. And I think that would be a horrible decision for everyone involved. And so that's why I've called for a ceasefire and believe there must be immediate and sufficient humanitarian support for civilians amid ongoing negotiations for the release of all hostages. I want to acknowledge the Biden administration's work in responding to this crisis and in defending democracies across the world. When so many of our allies are in need, President Biden has stood strong, traveling to 2 separate active conflicts to show American commitment. In fact, later this morning, Biden's treasurer will impose new sanctions on Hamas leaders and their facilitators, and importantly, in conjunction with the United Kingdom. House Republicans, for their part, have ignored requests for aid, bickering among themselves, and playing politics with America's national security. Today, we have a mix of bills, some of which are bipartisan and could achieve the objectives that they aim to address. But this markup has little meaning when the mega Republicans again threaten a government shutdown, which only fails our allies, democracy, and the American people. Among the bills offered today My bill, Stopping Illicit Oil Shipment Act of 2023, which would crack down on the ghost ships that disguise the transport of sanctioned oil from Iran and Russia. The OFAC Licensure for Investors Act, led by Congresswoman Beatty, which would start a Treasury pilot program that could improve visibility for investigators who follow the money. And the Armed Conflict Migration Act of 2023, led by Congressman Cleaver, which would direct the Treasury to use its voice and vote at the IMF, World Bank, and other development banks to provide financial assistance to countries that receive an influx of displaced Palestinians stemming from the war in Gaza. Nobody should experience displacement from their home, but to the extent that families must flee to safety, we must find ways to help them wherever we can and whenever we can. I'm also pleased to be supportive of some of the Republican bills that we are considering today. There's a strong bipartisan desire to send a clear signal that terrorism, from Iran's support of Hamas and Hezbollah to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, will not be tolerated. That is why it is disappointing that my Republican colleagues have decided to also move forward on some problematic bills that defy our values, reverse decades of bipartisan foreign policy, and in one case would even harm American small business exporters. We're here today after 3 weeks without a speaker, a self-made GOP crisis that left the House incapable of responding to the multiple crises. And there is now uncertainty about the future bills we're marking up today as we approach yet another potential government shutdown. Republicans' claims of being tough on Iran and terrorism ring hollow when they refuse to support funding for our allies and are instigating a shutdown that would basically shutter OFAC, FinCEN, and most of Treasury, which are tasked with enforcing sanctions against Iran, Hamas, Russia, China, and terrorists around the world. Defend democracy at home and abroad, as well as a compassionate concern for the most vulnerable, should be ideals that we hold true as Americans. I hope my colleagues today will live up to those ideals once more. I yield back.
Ranking member yields back. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5921, the No U.S. Financing for Iran Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, which is distributed in advance.
H.R. 5921, a
Without
bill.
objection, the bill is considered read and open amendment at any point. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5921.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it is good to have you back. So I appreciate you bringing up this timely and important legislation this morning. You know, the ranking member just said she wants to, quote, send a clear signal. I think many of us do. I think all of us do, especially after seeing that horrific video this morning of those Hamas barbarians coming in to Israel. And those Hamas barbarians were financed primarily by Iran. You know, it may seem like a direct response to that attack, but let me be clear. We've been at this for a while, and sadly, it is the situation that has arisen in Israel that really has brought this to the forefront. And that is a powerful reminder of the dangers posed by Hamas and others that Iran finances. So, in fact, this bill, this concept was first introduced back in the 114th Congress, myself and my colleague, Mr. Sherman, and we even received a bipartisan vote on the House floor. And while the bill has had a few iterations, the goal remains the same. H.R. 5921 does exactly what it says. It attempts to stop Iran from being able to use our financial system while ensuring that institutions under our committee's jurisdiction keep their distance from the government of Tehran. As we all know, Iran remains one of the most heavily sanctioned countries in the world. However, the Treasury Department retains broad discretion to license activities by U.S. persons, since many of our blocking sanctions have been imposed through executive orders, not through law. H.R. 5921 does three main things. First, it prohibits Treasury from issuing licenses that allow U.S. financial institutions to enable trade with Iran. Now, there's a couple of very significant exceptions to that, other than, and I'm quoting from the bill itself, this is in Section 2, other than the sale of agricultural commodities, food, medicine, medical devices, or humanitarian assistance benefiting the civilian population of Iran, close quote. The second is that it further cuts off financing for Iran from the world's lender of last resort, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. While Iran is not currently seeking assistance from the fund, it certainly could as an IMF member country. My bill makes it clear that the United States, as the IMF's largest shareholder, will oppose any such request. This prohibition would further extend to the IMF Special Drawing Rights Program, or SDRs as they're commonly referred to, which Iran actually accessed in 2021 to the tune of $5 billion. Now, Section 3 makes it clear that this only applies to Iran, not other countries, as some have asserted. So, just last week, the House adopted a similar prohibition introduced by my colleague from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, as part of the Financial Service and General Government Appropriations debate. And lastly, my bill extends an existing prohibition against export-import bank financing for Iran. This codification is similar to the language introduced in my original legislation. I do want to note one exception that we've included in the bill before us today, and it's an important one. U.S. law has long exempted humanitarian assistance from sanctions so as not to punish innocent civilians. My bill tightens the grip on the Ayatollahs, on the government itself, but it licenses for humanitarian aid to ordinary Iranians will be continued to be permitted. This is as clear as the day on the text of the bill. So, Mr. Chairman, when our fellow Americans deposit their earnings in a U.S. bank or entrust the government with their tax dollars, they do so assuming that the money will not be used in ways which undermine the security of our country or the security of our allies. These are common sense but long overdue prohibitions, and we are really taking what some would say is policy and we're codifying it. We're making it the law. And I urge swift passage of the No Financing for Iran Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member seeks recognition on the ANS and is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman and members, I oppose H.R. 5921. While Representative Huizenga suggests that the bill targets Iran, the language is so overly broad that it effectively closes XM for business. It harms the financing that XM provides to support America's small businesses, which have nothing to do with this conflict. The bill also harms every single developing country all around the world that is a member of the IMF, including countries in sub-Saharan Africa and the Caribbean, by limiting their ability to receive future allocations of SDRs until Iran changes its ways. The argument that Iran may exchange SDRs or special drawing rights is a false one because United States sanctions and policies on Iran prevent countries from exchanging them. In fact, Iran hasn't exchanged any of its SDRs, not now and not in this century. Moreover, Treasury has suggested that this bill would harm national security because of limitations on certain types of trade. So I urge all members to oppose this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion, further debate. No further discussion, no further debate or amendment. Is there further amendment to the bill? H.R. 5921, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Michigan. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 5921, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Recorded
The
vote
ayes-
is requested.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. The vote on this question is postponed. We had votes on the floor just called, so why don't we get to the opening of this, and given how long it takes to get to the floor votes, maybe we get both sides in before we go to the floor. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5923, the Iran-China Energy Sanctions Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 5923.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any time. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, has an amendment of the nature of substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5923.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you calling up my legislation, the Iran-China Energy Sanctions Act. Iran is exporting around 1.5 million barrels of petroleum per day, its highest level in 4 years. Around 80% of those exports go to China, providing Tehran with revenues that keep the regime afloat and enable Iran's sponsorship of terrorism abroad. As we saw during the October 7th attack by Hamas against Israel, it is long overdue to cut off Iran's ability to finance terrorist proxies around the world. H.R. 5923 targets small, independent Chinese oil refiners, so-called teapots, which have been driving China's purchases of Iranian crude. Unlike state-owned refineries that have retreated from the market, teapots are less exposed to blocking sanctions and deal in more limited quantities. However, teapots aren't completely beyond our reach. The United States also wields secondary sanctions that punishes foreign financial institutions that work with Iran's banks in order to deal in Iranian crude. Under current law, these dealings can be sanctioned when a foreign bank engages in significant transactions. The modifier significant appears frequently in our sanctions law, and for good reason. It gives the Treasury Department appropriate discretion to go after meaningful trade and focuses its resources on the worst actors. But limiting ourselves to the big fish doesn't work when it comes to Iran's collaboration with teapot refiners. There are more than 40 such refiners, and they may not have economic ties to the U.S. that would make them wary of sanctions. This is where my bill comes in. And Chinese and other foreign financial institutions that work with teapots do deal with the U.S. financial system. Therefore, my bill expands the law's definition of significant transaction to ensure that any dealings they have with Iran's sanctioned financial institutions, including the Iranian Central Bank, will lead to the closure of their correspondent accounts in our country. H.R. 5923 requires the Treasury Department to make annual sanctions determinations for Chinese banks. These banks will have to force the refiners to deal with the exit of the Iranian oil trade or risk losing their access to the U.S. dollar. These secondary sanctions complement the SHIP Act, a bill that I authored and recently passed through the House that would impose sanctions on ports and refineries that take in petroleum from Iran. I was pleased to see the House pass this bill with broad bipartisan support. Mr. Chairman, I believe the right strategy to confront Iran's petroleum exports needs to address China from two sides. We need to enforce primary sanctions against Chinese firms that trade in oil, but when they fly under the radar, we have to force China's own banks to cut them off. And that is what H.R. 5923 does. Iran remains classified as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, and its longstanding support for Hamas must end. That means attacking Tehran's ability to leverage oil exports to obtain hard currency, period. H.R. 5923 underscores that we will target foreign entities large and small in pursuit of this objective. Mr. Chairman, I just came back from a bipartisan trip to Israel, and we met with Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Gallant and the U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Jack Lew. We met with the families of the hostages of the terrorist attack on October 7th, and we watched a 21-minute version of the video that members of Congress were shown this morning in a classified setting. I don't know how anyone could watch that video and see the barbaric destruction that was ravaged against Israel and the Jewish people and not understand that we are dealing with evil that must be confronted and combated at every turn. Not only must Hamas be eliminated, but we must confront the unholy alliance between Iran, China, Russia, as they seek to undermine the free world, as they wage war in Ukraine against Israel. We cannot be a bunch of Neville Chamberlains. This moment calls for us to be Winston Churchill. Victory at all costs. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. The ranking member seeks recognition on the ANS.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes. At the conclusion of this, we will recess for floor votes and continue this bill. Gentlelady is recognized.
Excuse me, I'd rather he say something now. He's a co-sponsor of the bill, I think.
Sure. Would ask unanimous consent to withdraw the request for recognition to retain your time. Without objection, we'll now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey to strike the last word.
Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
And welcome back, Mr. Chairman. I'm very proud to help lead the bipartisan Iran-China Energy Sanctions Act and to speak in support of it here today. I want to thank my friend and fellow Problem Solver Caucus member, Congressman Lawler, for his work on this crucial bill and collaborating together. I want to thank him also for his words and his recent trip to Israel. Thank you very much for your leadership on this common sense legislation as well that will hold Iran and China accountable for their heinous activities. China is Iran's biggest customer for oil and a major supplier of Iran's missile and drone program. Despite strict U.S. sanctions designed to curb the Iranian regime's oil trade, Iranian oil exports to China more than doubled last year. As we speak, Iran is using its oil trade to China to bring in $150 million a day in revenue. China is principally responsible for keeping the Iranian regime in business through oil purchases. China has proven the savior of Tehran by continuing to import millions of barrels of oil every single day. Recent reports indicate that China is considered supplying Iran with ammonia, a key chemical compound used to propel ballistic missiles. China is even helping aid Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. If all of this wasn't concerning enough, China also disregards Iran's backing of terror groups and their proxies, including Hamas. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists invaded Israel and brutally murdered, raped, burned alive, decapitated, and kidnapped more than 1,200 innocent babies, children, men, women, and elderly, including Americans. I saw the classified footage this morning, and I don't think I'll ever be able to unsee that, and I would urge all of my colleagues to take the time to view it. China has taken an anti-Israel stance following the atrocities of October 7th. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has repeatedly declined to use the words Hamas or terrorism and refused to acknowledge the fact that Israel was attacked by Hamas. Hamas relies on support from the Iranian regime, the leading state sponsor of terror. As Iran deepens its ties to China and Russia, we are reminded that they cannot be trusted and must be held accountable. Iran has directly or through their terrorist proxies, including Hamas, Hezbollah, Palestinian Jihad, killed hundreds of Americans and attacked our bases and our allies in the region. All this is why we must pass the bipartisan Iran-China Energy Sanctions Act to cut off sources of funding to Iran. As Congressman Lawler so artfully explained, this bipartisan legislation expands sanctions to cover Chinese financial institutions that purchase petroleum products from Iran. The bill also requires an annual determination as to whether Chinese financial institutions have engaged in sanctionable conduct. We must continue to sanction those who are involved in the import of Iranian oil, including financial institutions. This bill will do just that. The Iran-China Energy Sanctions Act is urgently needed to cut off and deny resources to the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. China can no longer remain Iran's top customer. I will continue to fight against their growing influence and to make sure we do everything we can in our power to protect the U.S. and its allies, including Israel, from Iran. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will join us to support this common sense bipartisan legislation. Again, I urge everyone to please see the footage from today. I would like to yield the remaining my time to Ms. Waters, the ranking member.
Thank you very much. I support the bill offered by Representatives Lawler and Gottheimer, H.R. 5923. This bill would expand secondary sanctions involving Iran to also cover Chinese banks that finance the purchase of Iran's oil, helping curtail the purchase of Iranian oil by so-called teapot or small, often family-owned refineries in China. My Republican colleagues sometimes suggest that the Biden administration has weakened sanctions on Iran, which is not true. In fact, Treasury has imposed over 300 new sanctions during the Biden administration. However, we know that small refineries in China continue to purchase oil outside of the traditional banking system. This bill provides additional tools to the Biden administration to further restrict Iran's access to resources. While we worked with Treasury to get H.R. 5923 to a place that allows me to support it, I understand that the State Department still has concerns. I expect Mr. Lawler will continue to work with state to address the remaining items as the bill moves to the floor. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yield back.
I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman yields back. We will now recess. Pursuant to the chair's early notice, we'll recess for floor votes and immediately resume once those votes are taken. The committee stands in recess. Now resume debate on H.R. 5923. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk. Is
We'll
that in
pause
order
while
at
the
this-
amendment is distributed. Do all members have a copy? Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5923.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The intent of the underlying bill here is to direct the administration to prioritize the pursuit of Chinese firms that are facilitating purchases of Iranian oil, regardless of their size. But it is more than oil that finances the Iranian war machine. I believe the administration to do everything in its power to ensure compliance with our entire sanctions regime, not only with regards to sanctions on oil, but with transactions related to key military and dual-use technologies as well, in particular drones. Iran is a known sponsor of terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and of other state adversaries like Russia. There is good evidence of Iranian drones on the battlefield in Ukraine, and in recent days it appears that similar technologies are being used by terror groups in the Middle East. This bill leverages existing statutory authorities to prioritize a narrow but important facet of Iranian sanction evasions with regards to oil. At the same time, we know Iran is building drones and sharing that technology with proxies in the Middle East and with Russia. And my amendment would expand this legislation to cover Iran's drone program, empowering the Treasury to pursue any financial institution involved in the pursuit of Iranian drones or parts or related systems, which are very often dual use. This common sense amendment would put additional pressure on Iran's support for terror groups, our adversaries, and other bad actors. It will prioritize a crackdown on Iran's drone program to ensure that this technology cannot be used to harm U.S. service members or our allies. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back.
Further discussion, further debate?
Mr. Chairman?
Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition for the amendment?
Yes, I want to thank my colleague.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank my colleague for offering this amendment, and certainly look forward to working with him to try and address this particular issue as we move forward, and obviously crack down on the situation with Iranian UAVs and do what we can to address that as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Yeah, so with that, I would then offer to withdraw my amendment and appreciate your offer to continue to perfect this amendment as this bill moves forward.
Thank you.
Gentleman withdraws. Is there further discussion, further debate on the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Gentleman withdrew.
All right, further discussion, further debate on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. There being none, on H.R. 5923, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 5923, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, The vice chair
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
asks for a recorded vote. It has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. The vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6245, the Holding Iranian Leaders Accountable Act. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 6245, a bill to require the Secretary of the Treasury to report on financial institutions' involvement with officials of the Iranian government and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, has an amendment that he shared for substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6245.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for holding this timely markup. Here we are in the midst of crisis in the Middle East, ongoing crisis in the Middle East and Ukraine, and so I think it's terrific to see this leadership from Chairman Luetkemeyer and you to schedule this markup to talk about national security. On this particular bill, Holding Iranian Leaders Accountable Act, one that this committee has marked up in the past and passed previously. I want to thank first my friend from California, Mr. Vargas, for working on this with me. And I appreciate the partnership across the financial services and foreign affairs committees on these type of bills. As we've talked and witnessed over and over again, including the members on a bipartisan basis that watched the horrific film of people being beheaded with a hoe or burned alive or being shot in their cars or gunned down as they ran across a field. Hamas is a creature of Iranian money and training. And the most recent terror attacks against Israel necessitate additional financial retaliation against Hamas's enabler and puppet master, Iran. To prevent further atrocities being perpetrated against the people of Israel, we must ensure all avenues for terror financing are cut off and more closely scrutinized the finances of Iran's government officials. This bill would require the Treasury Secretary to estimate the illicit and corrupt assets held by Iran's most senior leaders and potentially publish those assets online for all Iranians to see. Let's publish it in Farsi, Mr. Chairman, and let the Iranian people see where all this money's going. It isn't going to humanitarian causes. It's long overdue for Iranian civilians who suffer under this regime to see exactly how their rulers live. In addition, this bill would require the Secretary to seek the closure of accounts connected to those assets wherever they may be held. Mr. Chairman, let me point out that this bill responds to several questions raised when a previous version of this legislation was passed by the House back in 2017. First, I've made the asset report less onerous in order to implement by limiting the number of leaders required in each report. This will allow the Treasury Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence to compile this information accurately, on time, and much more effectively. Second, there are several provisions in this legislation that are designed to maximize cooperations by Iranians and foreign financial institutions with U.S. intelligence and law enforcement agencies. Under my bill, an Iranian leader may not appear in the report because they simply were not selected. Alternatively, they may be excluded because they're providing significant cooperation with U.S. intelligence or law enforcement agencies. The point here is Iranian officials can only guarantee they'll be left out of a report by aiding efforts against the mullahs in Tehran. At the same time, the leaders who are covered by this bill will never know which of their colleagues is absent from a report because of cooperation with the U.S. or because of sheer luck. This will sow additional distrust in the regime and incentivize officials to turn on the Ayatollahs when they can. A decade ago, Reuters concluded that Iran's supreme leader may control real estate holdings and other assets worth $95 billion. In 2019, the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad estimated the supreme leader's assets at $200 billion. $200 billion. The GDP of Iran is like $380 billion. Let that sink in, Mr. Chairman. Meanwhile, Iran's own labor ministry has stated that a third of the country's population lives in extreme poverty. Earlier this year, Iranian newspaper reported that some were even selling their own organs to survive. It's time for Iran's civilians to see how corrupt the Ayatollahs are, how they've amassed wealth while ordinary people live in despair. As we continue to monitor the region, we cannot delay in restricting the financial assets of the Ayatollahs and other senior officials in Tehran. Holding Iranian Leaders Accountable Act treats the Iranian government as the crime family they are. This bill's strategy resembles the approach that we've taken to break up the mafia in the past. I urge a yes vote, and I thank Mr. Vargas, and I yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Gentleman, Mr. Vargas, co-sponsor of the bill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. First of all, I'd like to thank you. You've always been a fair and honorable person, and you comported yourself accordingly when you were the pro tem, and you made us all proud. It's great to have you back. But again, thank you for the great work that you did. I think we were all proud of you. Thank you. I'd also like to thank the ranking member for allowing me to speak today. Before I talk about the bill, I'd also like to thank Mr. Hill at the outset. Thank him for his leadership on this bill and the experience that he brought to this subject. It really was an honor and a pleasure to work with him and his staff, and the experience, obviously, that you have working for a former administration really came in handy, and again, I thank you for that. I would like to speak to support H.R. 6245, the Holding Iranian Leaders Accountable Act. It is important for our country to show a united front in unequivocally condemning the atrocities committed by Hamas. Let's be clear. We know Hamas was receiving funding, weapons, and training from Iran. We know Hamas has been designated a foreign terrorist organization for over 20 years. We know the connections between Iran and Hamas are extensive, long-standing, and well-documented. We've seen public reporting stating that beginning in August, Iranian security officials began assisting Hamas's surprise attack on Israel on October 7th. According to Wall Street Journal reporting, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps leader and Iran's foreign minister participated in precursory meetings with Hamas and Hezbollah to coordinate attacks. Over time, Iran has grown its network of proxies through which it funds its foreign terrorism regime against our allies and our partners. According to our Central Intelligence Agency, Iran activates these proxies to escalate the threat landscape in the Middle East. Notably, Iranian-backed Houthi and Palestinian Islamic Jihad militants fired missiles at innocent Israeli families. Additionally, according to the Pentagon's, Iran's proxies in Syria and Iraq have attacked U.S. service members at least 38 times in less than a month. In response, U.S. Central Command has conducted airstrikes against Iran's proxies that are conducting terrorism in the region. The U.S. Navy has also sent multiple carrier strike groups to the Mediterranean Sea to deter additional maligned actors from joining Hamas's humanitarian nightmare. And this defensive measure bolsters the great work that the Biden administration is taking to hold Iranian-backed terrorists accountable. Last month, the Treasury Department sanctioned 10 key Hamas terrorist groups, operatives and financial facilitators in Gaza and the surrounding region. In addition to the military aid and targeted sanctions, I would like to applaud the Biden administration for coordinating with Israel to ensure the timely delivery of humanitarian aid to Gaza. So far, the Biden administration has provided over $100 million in humanitarian assistance for the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank. This assistance has provided over 1 million innocent civilians with clean water, food, hygiene support, medical care, and other essential needs. We must continue to support the administration as they coordinate with our international partners to ensure that aid goes directly to civilians and does not end up in the hands of Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists. According to the United Nations Relief and Work Agency, Hamas has been stealing needed humanitarian aid from the Palestinian people for over a decade. This is not the time for partisan politics. We must form a bipartisan front to support Israel's right to defend itself, provide humanitarian aid to innocent civilians, and and hold those responsible for these reprehensible attacks. In the same spirit of bipartisanship, I am proud again to join my friend from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, to co-lead the Holding Iranian Leaders Accountable Act. This bipartisan bill requires the President to report on the assets of certain Iranian government officials and terrorist leaders. Additionally, this legislation requires the Secretary of the Treasury to seek the closure of U.S. and foreign financial accounts connected with those assets. Again, I'd like to thank you, Mr. French Hill. Appreciate your work and your experience in this, and your staff for partnering with us with this much-needed legislation. I look forward to the day where there is lasting and sustainable peace in the Middle East. I urge all my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Let me see if there's further discussion on the ANS. Oh, the ranking member seeks recognition and is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Lady's recognized.
I support H.R. 6245, offered by Mr. Hill and Mr. Vargas. This bill would require the President to report on the assets of certain Iranian government officials and terrorist leaders and requires the publication of those assets in a report. I understand that to the extent OFAC has such information, it has already acted on it by imposing sanctions, but I would welcome the office combining these names into one place. And if there are other individuals that have not been sanctioned, OFAC should consider whether additional sanctions are necessary. I would note that it also makes sense for Treasury to maintain a list of Russian and Belarusian elites, especially due to the growing collaboration of Iran and Russia. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion, further debate. The gentleman from California.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order on the amendment.
Point of order has been reserved. We'll pause while the amendment is distributed. All right, clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6245.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. A point of order has been reserved. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes to describe his amendment.
The subject of this bill is how to use sanctions more effectively and more transparently with Congress to affect our foreign policy objectives and to punish those who are guilty of terrorism and aggression. I strongly support this bill and have an amendment that would broaden it. It would provide, but first just a few comments about this bill. President Biden was right when he addressed the U.S. from the Oval Office on October 20th. The United States cannot walk away from our role as a beacon to the world, and we must make every effort to support our democratic allies in Israel and Ukraine on the world stage. Now, Iran and Russia and Hamas have an increasingly close cooperative relationship, and one cannot focus on events in the Middle East and ignore Russia. Russia accounted for 1/3 of Tehran's arms exports during the 4 decades after the revolution in 1979. The two countries, though, are moving much closer. The two countries formed what they call a full-scale defense partnership in the middle of this year. Between August and December of last year, Iran provided hundreds of reconnaissance and suicide drones that Russia deployed both against civilian and government targets in Ukraine. Dozens of Revolutionary Guard Corps were deployed in occupied Crimea to teach Russian counterparts on how to use those drones. Iran's made drones were linked to the deaths of hundreds of civilians, including children, by the end of 2022. In exchange, Iran has sought Russian jet fighters, attack helicopters, radar, and combat aircraft. This sale of arms, where Russia purchases Iranian weapons, helps fund Iran's financing of terrorism. So what this amendment does is it broadens the bill to also apply to those senior Russian government officials in their foreign and defense ministries, and to oligarchs who have both a high net worth, of course, because they're oligarchs, and who have materially supported or benefited from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This amendment would sunset with regard to Russian officials within 5 years, or when the Treasury certifies that Russia has cooperated with the U.S. in our efforts to combat international terrorism financing, and Russia has withdrawn or ceased hostilities in Ukraine. This is an effective bill. It's a good bill, and we should use it to deal with both of the widely publicized and major acts of aggression that are taking place in the world today. Both Iran's supporting of Hamas and brutal attacks that have killed over 1,200 Israelis, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and then the two together, where Iran and Russia are cooperating in what they term a full-scale defense partnership. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. The ranking member seeks recognition.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentle lady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I support the Sherman Amendment as it will help Treasury and OFAC put together a full list of the individuals I have called the Kremlin clan. OFAC has made progress targeting Russia's elites, but many of us will recall that when Trump's Treasury lifted sanctions on Putin's confidant Oleg Deripaska, Mr. Sherman's amendment appropriately directs Treasury to follow the money trail between Russia and Belarus and Iran. For example, we know that Iran is supplying Russia with unmanned aerial vehicles that are killing Ukrainians fighting for their homeland. We should also be concerned that Russia possesses the know-how to help Iran achieve its nuclear ambitions. So I thank Mr. Chairman for offering this amendment and for focusing this committee and the bill on the broader activities of Iran and Russia. As previously stated, I support this amendment, which would expand the list of elites to include those from Russia and former Soviet states such as Belarus, due to the growing collaboration between Iran and Russia in attacking U.S. national security interests. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentle lady yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas. Does the
Thank you, Chairman. Let me respond to Mr. Sherman's amendment, maybe three significant points. First, of course, I always thank him for his support of this work and appreciate his vote. He voted on this bill back in 2017 and has been a constructive voice consistently in sanctioning bad actors. Secondly, there's no doubt, as the American Enterprise Institute put out in their new report this week, that whether you call it an axis of evil or a coalition against democracy, which is how they funded it or described it, that North Korea, Iran, Russia, and China are conspiring against American interests around the world and freedom around the world and democratic values in the world, and particularly in this current concern in the Middle East and in Ukraine, and as it relates to East Asia and concern over freedom of navigation in the South China Sea and the prospects for a free and open and democratic Taiwan. So I accept the premise that Russia is a co-conspirator along with Hezbollah, Hamas, Assad, China, North Korea, all to do bad things in Ukraine, do bad things in Gaza, do bad things in Syria, no doubt. But I made a point of order because I think it's not germane to this bill. And I think that I would rather work with my friend from California on a bill along his theme is a mirror to the bill that we've proposed today on Iranian leadership. Study the statutes as it relates to current sanctions under Magnitsky or in some other area on what we're doing right now, targeting key Russians, and propose a bill that is of similar nature, but not as an amendment to this bill, which I believe I have to insist on my point of order that it's not germane to this particular bill, despite that strategic connection he makes so ably. And the third point I would make is it's a little ironic because in 2017, the minority made a big issue about narrowing the scope of this bill and narrowing the number of leaders that were asking the Treasury to study and make announcements of and help us promote and publish as soon as possible. The minority said the level of scrutiny would be needed to produce a credible report would place a real strain on the Treasury Department, diverting significant resources away from Treasury investigators that are tasked with targeting sanctionable conduct, implementing existing sanctions on Iran, and uncovering illicit conduct around the globe, including at the time, back in 2017, North Korea's efforts to get around U.S. and international sanctions. So I think we're on the right design with this bill. We've narrowed the scope.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will yield to my friend.
As to whether this is germane, I think the purpose of this bill is more effective sanctions against America's adversaries. Certainly Russia is one of those adversaries. You're correct in saying that this is at least a mirror of your bill. I think a mirror is usually germane in that when you look in a mirror, you see what is the object in chief.
Well, let me reclaim my
but
time, Mr. Sherman. Let me reclaim my time. Look, I don't think it's germane because we have a lot of adversaries in the world and we ought to deal with them effectively. This bill was narrowed at the request of not only the Democratic minority, the last time we offered it and voted on it on the House floor, but also the Treasury to better focus it so they can be more effectively reporting. And if we want to do a Russia bill, I'm happy to work with the gentleman on that Russia bill. But this bill is about Iran. And today the story is about countering Iran's backing of Hamas, backing of Hezbollah, backing of the Houthis in Yemen, attacking shipping in the Persian Gulf, attempting to assassinate American officials right here by hiring hitmen in the United States. This bill is about countering Iran, and I want to keep it there, and I'm going to insist on my point of order because the gentleman's trying to take apples and mix them with oranges. I want this bill to stay focused on oranges, which is countering Iran. I want to work with him on a Russian bill, and I yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back. The chair is prepared to
Green from
rule
Texas.
on the question of the point of order.
Green from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas, seek recognition. Do you move to strike the last word?
I will strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
And before yielding to Mr. Sherman, permit me to simply say that I do support his amendment. I support the previous legislation that would prevent Iran from continuing to finance terrorism. Iran is a bad actor. It has to be constrained. I think that there's more that we can do, but I appreciate what's being done. And I yield to Mr. Sherman.
Thank you. Germaneness is always an elastic concept. The gentleman says his bill is oranges. Some would say, well, maybe a bill should just be about seedless tangerines, or maybe it's dealing with all oranges. I believe this bill deals with fruit, and both apples and oranges are germane. More particularly, I think this bill deals with sanctions against individuals who are promoting war crimes, terrorism, invasion. That being said, I hope very much to prevail on the point of order issue, though I can't say that I'm optimistic. I would hope that the chairman of this committee could commit that not only will Mr. Hill and I work on a bill, but that it will come up for and be scheduled for a markup expeditiously.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
Now, speaking for the chairman, I would very much like to work with the gentleman from California on a bill directed at Russian sovereign officials in the Russian Federation and Russian oligarchs, to the extent those items have not been dealt with before this committee, heading down a unique channel to do the exact same kind of work, publishing so that ordinary Russians can see the wealth created by Putin and his henchmen and use that as a deterrent in publicizing what they've reaped by the destruction of Syria and Ukraine and elsewhere in the world. And I yield back to the gentleman.
And the time belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
And I will yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas.
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized on the amendment.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate, first of all, and thank the gentleman from the Los Angeles area for the amendment. I think it's a very good amendment, and certainly I agree that Russia is a super bad actor in all of this. However, I do think that we're targeting Iran in this, and we did limit it. I have to say that honestly, it was a pleasure working with Mr. Hill. He was very knowledgeable in this field and also very easy to work with. He understood some of the constraints that the previous bill had, and that's why we were able to work this out in a bipartisan way. I think that my experience is a very positive one, and I would suspect, Mr. Sherman, if I can address you personally, I believe that your experience would be very good working with him and his team. Obviously, I don't know if your bill would come up for a vote or not. That's something that would be up to the chairman. But I can, from the perspective of someone that's worked with Mr. Hill now on a number of bills, I can tell you he's a terrific person, very honorable person to work with, and I would recommend him as a partner in all of this. And
I second your view of Mr. Hill.
Okay.
And if the gentleman will yield, I second your seconding, which is a third. And I would commend the same of you, Mr. Vargas. Thank you for yielding, but I would also say, in the estimation of how I would view legislation that you all are contemplating, I would view it very favorably, and the direction is right. And this is a specific bill related to a specific circumstance. The goal here was to not generalize this and open up a broader debate and broader discussion, but to be very focused on the task at hand. So with that, I'll yield back. Someone yield back. Gentleman yield back. Further discussion, further debate. Does the gentleman withdraw his amendment with that understanding?
Seeing that my particular view of germaneness is unlikely to prevail, I'll withdraw the amendment.
Gentleman withdraws. Further discussion, further debate.
I withdraw the point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman withdraws a point of order. The amendment is withdrawn. We will, so now to the amendment in the nature of a substitute on 6245. Is there further discussion or amendment to the bill? Hearing no further discussion or debate or amendment, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Arkansas on H.R. 6245. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 6245, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
Mr. Chairman.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Vice Chair.
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. The vote on the question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6323, the Iran Counterterrorism Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 6323, a bill to modify the ability of certain waiver authorities with respect to sanctions imposed with respect to the financial sector of Iran and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim, has an amendment of the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6323.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry and the committee staff for working with me to call up H.R. 6323, the Iran Counterterrorism Act. The October 7th attack by Hamas against the people of Israel underscored the dangers posed by Iran, which has long been classified by the State Department as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. Since 2012, the Iranian regime has spent more than $20 billion to support international terrorist groups around the world. Furthermore, reports indicate that Iran raised its funding for Hamas armed wing over the last year from $100 million to around $350 million per year. Just prior to the October 7th attacks, the administration issued waivers that allowed the transfer of $6 billion in Iranian funds from South Korea to Qatar in exchange for 5 American hostages. While we are all pleased that these hostages have been freed, members on both sides of the aisle have criticized the waivers that led to this ransom payment. Even the administration has had second thoughts. Following Hamas' attack on Israel, the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury announced that these funds are not leaving Qatar anytime soon. Sources tell our office that there are still tens of billions of dollars of Iranian assets frozen by U.S. sanctions. Who's to say that Iranian regimes does not have an incentive to capture more American hostages in exchange to unfreeze assets? Both the House and Senate are considering bills to formally rescind the waivers that unfroze the $6 billion. These are worthwhile initiatives. My bill, however, will help ensure that future waivers can also be scrutinized by Congress before it's too late and the money is out the door. With my legislation, 2 of the waiver authorities that the administration used to pay its ransom would be tightened significantly and reassert congressional authority over the U.S. policy on sanctions. Under current law, these waivers can be issued if the president determines they are in the national interest, national security interest of the United States. My bill, H.R. 6323, says that relevant sanctions can only be waived if Iran has ceased to support international terrorism. If Iran hasn't done so, and the president still wants to invoke our national security interest to waive those sanctions, then Congress has a review period in which it can disapprove of the waiver. In other words, the next time that an administration, any administration, Republican or Democratic, wants to rely on a national security waiver in order to pay ransom to Iran, the president will have to notify Congress 30 days in advance. If the review period overlaps with the August recess, Congress has 60 days to consider it. During this time, Congress will be able to debate a joint resolution of disapproval under expedited procedures. If that joint resolution is enacted, the waiver cannot be issued. If Congress passes a joint resolution of support, or if it simply chooses not to act, the waiver goes forward. Either way, Congress will regain its authority to have a say before the Ayatollahs gain access to any funds. This congressional review process is taken from an existing law targeting Russia, the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act. When this law was enacted in 2017, Congress felt it was essential to have the ability to disapprove of waivers benefiting Moscow. In fact, the bill passed the House by a vote of 419 to 3, with the Senate approving it by a vote of 98 to 2. In 2023, surely we can agree that Iran waivers deserve similar scrutiny from Congress. Let me just add here that nothing in my bill affects existing sanctions exemptions for food, medicine, and medical devices. These are blanket exceptions that Congress already built into the sanctions laws we're discussing, and nothing in my legislation changes that. The waivers issued in September were shocking to many of us, even before the October assault on Israel. But after those attacks, every one of us knew that the release of $6 billion through a presidential waiver without any review by Congress couldn't be defended to our constituents. H.R. 6323 will change that. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion, further debate. The ranking member seeks recognition.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I oppose H.R. 6323. This bill would effectively prohibit the president from authorizing waivers from U.S. sanctions on Iran, including for humanitarian reasons, preventing humanitarian aid in response to a natural disaster like an earthquake or a pandemic. Instead, Republicans want to be in the driver's seat and force a congressional vote of approval each and every time that humanitarian aid can go to people of Iran. I'd like to reiterate that I'm strongly opposed to the Iranian government and the efforts to fund terrorism around the world, but I am not opposed to the people of Iran who live under authoritarian rule. This bill paralyzes the tools that we have to engage those people, turning the target of U.S. sanctions on victims of the repressive Iranian regime. It also will harm our relationships with allies in Europe, Japan, and elsewhere who are needed to create and enforce a comprehensive sanctions regime that Iran cannot circumvent. For these reasons, I oppose the bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion, further debate. There being no further discussion or amendment to the bill, H.R. 6323, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentlewoman from California. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
Chairman?
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Yes.
The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Question now occurs on ordering the bill 6323 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the
Chairman,
ayes
I'd like
have
to
it.
ask for a
The ayes
recorded
have it.
vote.
Recorded vote has been requested by the gentlewoman from California. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. The vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6322, the End Financing for Hamas and State Sponsors of Terrorism Act. The clerk will report the bill which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 6322, a bill to evaluate and disrupt financing to Hamas and to amend Title 31, United States Code to prohibit the Exchange Stabilization Fund from being used to deal in special drawing rights from state sponsors of terrorism and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6322.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman for calling up H.R. 6322, the End Financing to Hamas and State Sponsors of Terrorism Act. I also want to thank Congresswoman Peterson for joining me in co-leading this legislation. The End Financing to Hamas and State Sponsors of Terrorism Act will help us deal a heavy blow to the financial networks that fund Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran's belligerent actions. With Iranian financial backing, Hamas invaded Israel on October 7th and inflicted untold horrors on innocent people, including American citizens. From that point on, Hamas and other Iran-backed proxies in the region have engaged in deadly, indiscriminate rocket attacks against Israeli communities. Iranian proxies have also engaged in frequent attacks against U.S. forces in the region, leading to dozens of injuries and at least one death. And now as the Israeli military continues to press deeper into Gaza, the world's learning the truth about the parallel world Hamas terrorists have built under Gazan homes, schools, and hospitals. All of this costs millions of dollars. We need to cut off the funds. My bill requires Treasury Department to work with our allies to ensure Hamas can never raise funds to attack Israel again. This effort will involve our allies in the G7, and it should include an aggressive effort to target Hamas's investments abroad and its funding pipeline for Iran. My bill also takes aim at one potential source of funds for Iran, special drawing rights. In 2021, the administration unilaterally approved an allocation of SDRs from the International Monetary Fund. This sent nearly $5 billion in unconditional liquidity to Iran, where it is now bolstering the country's reserves. Iran's SDRs, which now total around $6.5 billion, can be exchanged for dollars, euro, sterling, yen, and Chinese RMB. This is a potential lifeline to the Ayatollah and a source of funding for terrorism, weapons proliferation, and other malignant activities of the regime. My bill would prohibit the Treasury Department from using Exchange Stabilization Fund to redeem any of Iran's SDRs. Moreover, it would impose the same prohibition for another state sponsor of terrorism, Syria, which received around $400 million from the last SDR allocation. My bill also prevents dealings in SDRs with third countries that the Secretary knows would result in the provision of funds to state sponsors of terrorism. This closes off indirect use of funds that could benefit Iran and Syria. Treasury may argue that it already refuses to engage with Iran on SDR exchanges, but this posture can change at any time, and the administration has shown a willingness to waive restrictions on Iran. Unlike a sanctions waiver, an SDR exchange could happen without any congressional notification. This is a big blind spot. If the administration believes in its current practice, refusing SDR exchanges with Iran, there should be no disagreement about backing this up in law. Unfortunately, we've seen the consequences of giving Iran access to funds. We need to get serious about stopping Iran and its terrorist proxies. Again, I thank Congresswoman Peterson for her support, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this important legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Ranking member seeks recognition.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentle lady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. While I do appreciate this bill's well-intended study and strategy on Hamas financing, I oppose H.R. 6322 because it would undermine the ability of the United States to lend or exchange special drawing rights, or SDRs, to countries around the world, even when there is no link to Iran at all. Every IMF member country receives an allocation of SDRs on a pro rata basis. SDRs are essentially the currency of the IMF and are based on the value of several dominant currencies, primarily the dollar. Often, developing countries try to exchange their allocation for dollars, and there are proposals to enable the Treasury to lend its large balance of SDRs to countries in need, including as part of the package President Biden has requested to counter authoritarianism. I'm proud that Democrats on this committee joined me in pushing for a $650 billion increase in SDRs during the pandemic, which were used to shore up developing country finances at no cost to the Treasury. And because of the broad sanctions and policies the Biden administration and previous administrations have imposed, Iran has never been able to exchange its SDRs for cash. However, this bill would prevent the United States from exchanging or lending SDRs when developing countries around the world by requiring the Treasury to make a literally impossible determination. This bill harms the entire world without doing anything to change the status quo on Iran. And so, I urge all members to oppose this bill.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while the amendment is distributed. On the bill? Can I engage with him? All right. The amendment is distributed. Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6322, offered by Mr. Caston of Illinois.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my friend, Mr. Stile, for raising the issues of how to make sure that Hamas, that we cut off access to any funding source that we can for them. If I sound a little flat today, I think I'm still shook by the video we watched this morning. There are no words to describe the horrors that Hamas perpetuated on October 7th. The 1,400 dead Israelis, the 36 U.S. citizens who have died, the hostages that they retain, and the horrors of that moment. On October 17th, Senator Warren, Senator Marshall, and I led 102 lawmakers in a bipartisan letter to the Treasury Department raising concerns about reporting that in the months leading up to their attack, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad raised millions of dollars via crypto, evading U.S. sanctions to fund their operations. I'd like to specifically thank multiple members of this committee, Representatives Himes, Green, Gottheimer, Velasquez, Scott, Beatty, Cleaver, Horsford, Lynch, Foster, Sherman, and Vargas, who all signed on to that letter. The Wall Street Journal report indicated that those groups raised more than $130 million from August 21 till June 23 to help fund the attack that killed thousands of people. I'd like unanimous consent to enter that article into the record.
Without objection.
In that article, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said, quote, "The use of digital currencies was making the job of stopping terrorist financing ever more complex." On October 17th, the Financial Times article, the executive director at the Israeli National Cyber Directorate noted, quote, "In this period of war, cryptocurrency is a major issue for financing terror because there are no other options." This week, November 12th, Wall Street Journal released another article further detailing how Hamas has been using cryptocurrency to finance their terrorism. I'd like to read a few quotes from that article. "Crypto sent to the digital wallets controlled by the Hamas-affiliated money exchanges could also be swapped for cash at their offices in the Gaza Strip. Crypto has become an essential part of their operational activity," one senior Israeli defense official said. Quote, "The wallets identified in the seizure orders likely only represented a fraction of the wallets used by Hamas, according to a former Israeli official." That is directly from a Tel Aviv-based crypto analytics and software firm in Israel's National Bureau for Counterterror Financing. Now, Hamas has, as far as we can tell, has been reported, has stopped raising funds via crypto on social media, but they've turned to mixers that generate crypto addresses and help obscure their cryptocurrency wallet, embedding links to those processors in their websites. It is far past time for this committee to take seriously the threat of illicit finance and cryptocurrency. I share the gentleman from Wisconsin's concern about the roughly $100 million a year that's been reported that they are getting through Hamas, and I would submit to you that this is the same order of magnitude, and if our goal is to shut down Hamas financing, that issue, which lies directly under the jurisdiction of this committee, is as or more important. My amendment is very simple. It simply requires the Treasury Department to include in its report the total amount Hamas receives in digital assets and any amount of digital assets received in a transaction for which the origin, destination, or counterparties are concealed, obfuscated, or otherwise anonymized through mixers. I urge my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
The gentleman yield.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for offering this amendment. The third line, the third, fourth, and fifth lines are complicated to me based off just the reading of what it would do to the text. The inclusion of digital assets on whether or not Hamas is receiving sources of financing internationally, they are. We know that. We've seen reports in the press about them receiving, through digital assets, value that they've repurposed. We've seen that. You've heard me question this in different settings, as you have. We've both written letters to the administration on this subject matter. And in fact, tomorrow afternoon in the Digital Asset Subcommittee, we have a hearing about this topic. Finally, Mr. Hill invited you and many of us to the same briefing on this in a different setting as well. So you're on to the right thing, and I am willing to work with you on legislation to that effect if you would withdraw this amendment and take a pledge from me and the chair of the Digital Asset Subcommittee that we could effectuate this and a broader topic of international terrorism financing related to crypto. We want to make sure that that is cut off to the full extent possible. We want to know to the full extent that we can the broad array of these issues. You're on to the right thing, and would like to work with you so we can get bipartisan legislation to effectuate this and the broader set of issues.
I'd like to respond, but I believe somebody has to grant me some time to do so.
Gentleman's time's expired. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate Mr. Kasten's effort. I certainly want to associate myself with the remarks that Chairman McHenry made. Would be very happy to work on this. We have a bill coming up in just a few minutes that's going to be, I think, an outstanding bill that will provide a lot of clarity and transparency in just how effective it is to stop malicious or illegal actions on the blockchain, and that's Mrs. Beatty's bill that we'll debate in a few minutes. It's quite a good bill, I think, for OFAC. But with that said, I want to echo what Chairman McHenry said, which is we're having a whole hearing on this exact subject tomorrow, on Thursday rather, that is, or whenever it is it tomorrow? Tomorrow, that's on this exact point on how do we better guide the executive branch on how to interdict and block illicit finance via the blockchain using crypto, and what ideas that we'll hear from this excellent panel we have teed up for tomorrow on what legislative action might need to happen as well. So let me yield to the gentleman from Illinois to see if he'd be willing to work together on a measure that could be bipartisan here on that topic.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. So I would absolutely like to work with you because I think we have a lot more we need to do on this. I would share with you that I had a non-classified briefing with some of our regulators, And the question I put to them was, how certain are you of the $100 million a year from Iran? So can you build up from the bottom to understand that? And they said, basically, we can't, because money launderers are good, they're smart. The degree to which we have confidence in the $100 million number is because we have signals intelligence that has recorded individual actors in Iran who have said, we are using our channels to get to 100 million, but you can't actually build up to the 100 million. The challenge we have with crypto is that we don't have the ability to do that, right? I mean, the reason why the Colonial Pipeline hack wanted to get paid in crypto is it's really easy to hide your tracks.
Well, the
blockchain.
Let me reclaim my time, and I'm glad to hear you want to work on this. I mean, in point of fact, the FBI was able to recover the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack because it was on a blockchain. But let's not debate that moment here, maintaining sort of our open source discussion on this topic. I think it's one that merits discussion and potential need for legislation, which is why a hearing's being scheduled tomorrow, and why Chairman McHenry and Ranking Member Waters had the Wally Adeyemo, our Deputy Treasury Secretary, in to brief the committee last week, and we had a classified briefing from Treasury, OIA, the FBI, and the CIA on Hamas's potential use of cryptocurrency to provide clarity to members who came to that briefing as well. So I just would say I'm willing to work with you on this topic and would invite you to withdraw this amendment, and let's take evidence from the hearing we have tomorrow and from some of the closed-door briefings that we've had and see if we can craft a bill. And again, I'm going to commend the Beatty bill, because the Beatty bill that we'll debate in a bit offers OFAC an ability to do exactly this, have a more discretionary approach to how they use chain analysis data to get at the potential obfuscation, I would say, of wallets on the blockchain. So with that, Mr. Chairman, does the gentleman want another few seconds there?
I would appreciate if you
Yes,
just want to yield.
Yield to my friend from Illinois.
So to be clear, this is not just about the Colonial Pipeline. We know that North Korea has stolen over $1.7 billion in cryptocurrency they're using to fund their nuclear program. We know that there's over $20 billion of illicit financing in crypto. Those issues are beyond the scope of this amendment.
Yeah.
What I'm not willing to do is to withdraw this amendment, because I think we should have a conversation about those larger issues. Simply asking the Treasury Department, if we are concerned in Mr. Stiles' bill to chase down the sources of financing of Hamas, I think it costs none of us on this committee anything other than being smarter and cracking down on Hamas to make sure it also includes that funding that's going through crypto.
Well, I think it's implied that it would. I think it is a bigger issue, and that's why Senator Loomis and I have written the Treasury about the broader issue as well that goes way beyond this Mideast issue, and I'll yield back to the chair.
The gentleman's time's expired. The ranking member seeks recognition. Moves to strike the last word
I
on
move
the
to strike the
amendment.
last word on the
The
amendment.
lady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what Mr. Caston's final decision will be on this amendment, but I do support the amendment. I support the amendment because there have been reports, conflicting reports in the media about whether or not Hamas has access to crypto. And so I think it's very difficult for us when we are witnessing the contradictions about whether or not Hamas has access to crypto. And I think it's good to get started with this conversation by way of legislation. I do believe there's a lot more that can be done on that, but you can take up another bill and you can take up another piece of legislation and go as deeply as you need to go. But for now, I would like this issue to be heard by way of what Mr. Caston is doing and starting to do, getting a conversation on it. I think it's very important. Again, I don't know what Mr. Caston's wishes are, but I support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I'll recognize myself on the amendment. I think the amendment is a poorly drafted amendment. The pledge that I made to the gentleman was to work on the issue. The gentleman has every right to insist on his amendment, and if that's the case, I will ask members to vote against the amendment. If the gentleman wants to reconsider, I'm still happy to work with you on legislation to the effect that I offered. That is the plan that the chair of the Digital Asset Subcommittee and I, as well as the chair of our international subcommittee, are working on. And if you'd like to participate in those things, a good faith offer would be to withdraw this amendment and do that. I'm happy to yield.
So I would accept the and. I will not yield, but I will not withdraw the amendment.
Okay,
But
then
I will certainly continue to work with you in my capacity on this committee to make sure that we shut down all channels of terrorist and illicit financing,
right.
including but not limited to crypto.
And I appreciate the gentleman. And the gentleman has every right to insist on his amendment. So we're going to work to that end on this committee, and you can participate in that process as all members can.
Will the gentleman yield?
Well, let me finish my point
Yes.
here. The drafting of this amendment is poorly done. It has far-reaching impacts beyond what it appears to be in the rest of the bill. The rest of the bill is focused on Hamas and state sponsors of terrorism. This broadens the scope of the bill in a way that we don't fully understand. And I'm unwilling to accept a poorly drafted amendment in this nature simply to accommodate a member who wants to make a point. I think we have to make a difference, and the difference we're making with Mr. Stiles' bill is the major sources of funding for Hamas, which includes all types of value, whether they use medical supplies to launder money, which they do, whether they use digital assets, which they do. The gentleman says that digital assets and blockchains would prevent you from knowing the value, but he goes through specific dollar amounts that he confirms to know is true for other countries, which tells me that maybe they are in fact an open permissionless ledger that is exchanging those values. So I'm more concerned about the issue set here and against money laundering and making sure that we do this effectively rather than accept a last-minute offer of an amendment that is poorly drafted and ill-considered. Happy to yield to the ranking member.
Thank you so very much. I'm sorry that the chairman feels that way about this amendment. And I would like to say, of course, I'm going to ask the members on this side of the aisle to support the amendment. And I'm going to ask for a recorded vote because I don't think this is something that needs to be delayed. I think we need to know exactly what is happening with crypto. Again, the confusing, misleading information that we have been witnesses has to stop, and it has to stop now. And while we're dealing with these issues, very important issues about Hamas, et cetera, I do believe that Mr. Caston needs to be supported. I don't think we need to play with crypto. Crypto may not, those who are, in charge of, ownership of, whatever, they may not like us to start on this now, but this is the time to get started on it.
Reclaiming my
No relieving them of what we think needs to be exposed.
It's the chairman's time and reclaiming my time.
Okay, thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
I ask
The
you
bill,
to respect
if you-
the amendment.
I hear you. And in a collegial way, if we're going to deal with issues like terrorism financing, it's best to accept an offer and a pledge to work to make sure we properly draft legislation. But the gentleman doesn't have to do that. I was trying to do something to accommodate my colleague for the amendment that he offered at the last minute without any advance warning or working on the text. But he did it, and every member has a right to offer amendments, whether they're well-crafted or not, whether they're germane or not, and we deal with those things under the committee rules. If you read the underlying style bill, it deals with the major sources of financing to Hamas. We don't detail specifically what that is. We enable the research being led by such a right-wing group of folks as the Treasury Secretary under this administration to do that. Since I've written letters to the administration on this very same subject, I feel like I'm in good stead here making sure we do the right thing. My time has expired. I ask members to vote against this poorly drafted amendment and I yield back. Further discussion, further debate on the Caston Amendment? Anybody else? Mr. Stiles, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to align myself with your remarks as well as Congressman French Hill's remarks. I think it's worth just on the technical basis here to add a point of clarification just so the record is set. Is we look at Section 2, subsection 1, it's requiring the Treasury to put forth an analysis of major sources of financing to Hamas. This amendment then inserts including and lays out an analysis of digital assets. I think the point here is that the amendment as drafted by me would require Treasury to track down any amount of digital assets. And so this amendment, as offered by my colleague from Illinois, risks distracting the department from disrupting Hamas in the most effective way possible. And I'm concerned that it's an attempt to really tarnish digital assets, which would discourage innovation. The key here is that we're focused on a serious attempt at cutting off funding to Hamas. The underlying amendment does not prevent the Treasury, and in fact encourages the Treasury to look at all sources of financing to Hamas. And so I don't think that the amendment as offered is necessary to do that. And I'm encouraged by you, Mr. Chairman, of our broader interest in making sure that we're also exploring specifically digital assets, which we'll be doing in other legislation.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Thank you very much for yielding. I'd like to reiterate why this is so important that we support this amendment. We cannot wait. The time is now. What you see going on in the Middle East, we don't know whether or not Iran is going to, and Hezbollah are going to be involved in more financing, and it may be through crypto. And we need to shine some light on the fact that it is a possibility that crypto will be very much involved. Now, I know the crypto industry would not like this conversation to take place. They do not want a blackened eye at the fact that maybe they are significantly involved.
I'm going to reclaim my time. I get the point. I think it's just pretty clear in the amendment as I drafted it that an analysis of the major sources of financing to Hamas. I think we all agree there's concerns about a whole host of sources of financing to Hamas, in particular the funding from the largest state sponsor of terrorism, Iran, which is why I have concerns about, for example, how this administration gave a waiver and a license for funds to be transferred from South Korea to Qatar. I don't explicitly put this in the legislation. I think that's something worthy of broader consideration. There's a number of things that I have great concerns about how this administration is looking the other way, for example, in illicit sales of oil from Iran to countries like Syria or to China. Again, not explicitly in the legislation because I think it is all-encompassing to say an analysis of the major sources of financing to Hamas. And so I think the amendment as offered by my colleague from Illinois is simply trying to distract from the underlying point in the bill. I think it has a great opportunity to allow the underlying amendment that I have offered in H.R. 6322 to really be the vehicle to allow Treasury to conduct really important studies. And so I don't think the additional amendment is necessary. I think, in fact, it distracts from the underlying purpose. And so, therefore, I hold my position in opposition to the amendment offered by my colleague from Illinois. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Green from Texas.
Seeks recognition for what purpose?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. It seems that the argument against the amendment is that it is unnecessary and creates a distraction, but that it's not harmful. I would question then why not add it if it doesn't harm and it may have some value.
The gentleman would yield on that count.
Mr. Caston, I would yield to Mr. Caston.
Would the gentleman, Mr. Green, yield on that count?
Yes, sir, and then I'd like to go to Mr. Caston.
If you're listing, if the gentleman wishes to list additional assets to be specifically researched, I'm fine with that. It's the third, fourth, and fifth lines that are confusing to somebody who studies this, and I think the textual reading of it is giving me concern. Not the intent of it, I've already written Treasury for this type of report, and I want to hear directly from Treasury, FinCEN, OFAC on all of this to make sure that we're good. In the proper setting where we're able to ask more specific questions of this, the Undersecretary Adeyemo, I think, gave us a more fulsome understanding of this. We have work to do, and what I'm saying is we will do that work. I don't want to go through 3 lines of text here that are opinions and confusing and not sure what that means, and accept that in the middle of a markup with a gentleman that will not take any input or willingness to work with us on that. So there we have it. We'll vote it down if the gentleman doesn't want to work on the text. And thank you for the time, Mr. Green. Thank you for listening. I yield back, and I'll yield back to you.
I now yield time to Mr. Caston.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I'd like to respond to both the chairman and Mr. Stile. This is not already in the existing text. Let's be really clear. This is not a question about whether people are using bitcoins with a transparent blockchain that is decrypted, where you can just easily look at the accounting records. I would remind you of what I said in my opening. What the Israeli government is saying is that the use of mixers is obfuscating these issues. With the Colonial Pipeline, we did not identify the Colonial Pipeline hacker because we looked at the blockchain. We identified the Colonial Pipeline hacker because intelligence agents were able to go in, use their authority to find the passwords, find the private keys, figure out who these accounts were using. The reason why the text is there, which I don't suggest is confusing, the origin, destination, counterparties are concealed, obfuscated, or otherwise anonymized, is because if we cannot go after these channels, then our law enforcement agencies don't even have obvious subpoenas that they can go in. What happens if you're using a mixer that moves to an anonymous wallet that's in an overseas account where we don't have the authority to go and do that? My God, why don't we care? We're asking for the Treasury to give a report and say, can you find out, use your authority? By the way, if you need more authority, we can have that conversation. That's a larger bill. But are we actually going to sit here? And I resent the comment that I'm simply doing this because I want to make a point. I'm doing this because I don't want people to die, because I don't want them to have access to money. That is not a political point, damn it.
Well, gentlemen, yield. So you won't accept any amendments to your text?
The text is clear. I'd like an up and down vote on the amendment. I yield back to Mr. Green.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield to the gentlelady from California.
Thank you very much. Again, I would like to try and make a point about the timeliness of this. We are witnessing one of the worst wars of the Middle East, with the attack on Israel, the response on Gaza and the Palestinians. People are dying. We're getting mixed reports right now. I don't know how long it's going to take Treasury to answer. I don't know what you have written to them or what you have not written to them, but I know that we have a member on this side of the aisle, Mr. Caston, who has spent significant time on crypto, significant time on trying to determine whether or not the information that we're getting, as confusing as it is, what we should be doing right now. Because if we move quickly and we move in the way that Mr. Caston is identifying, we may be able to stop the funding of Hamas with crypto. And so I would plead with Mr. Chairman to allow this amendment to be supported and to continue to work with another piece of legislation and go as deeply as you would like to go, and do whatever you would like to do to satisfy your concerns. But don't end up being on the side of cryptocurrency that don't want you to do anything.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Castro. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Let's ask a recorded vote.
Gentleman seeks recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further discussion, further debate on the amendment, the nature of a substitute for the underlying style bill? Gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Want to discuss the underlying legislation. Thank the gentleman from Wisconsin, my good friend, Representative Stile, for introducing this legislation. I want to express my strong support. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists invaded a sovereign country on a murderous rampage and engaged in horrific war crimes against Israel. We, as members of Congress, saw firsthand this morning with our own eyes some of the war crimes and atrocities committed by these barbaric murderers against innocent civilians. We saw decapitated babies, burned innocent people alive, individuals who were shot and dragged out of cars, people who were injured and taken hostage, innocent civilians who were then used as human shields. We saw parents killed in front of their children. And for the Americans across this country, for the protesters at our universities, for even members of Congress who have repeated pro-Hamas propaganda and have repeated the Free Palestine garbage, I just want to make a point here that we all stand united, having seen these videos, to do everything we can to stop the financing of these terrorists. And we need to speak strongly with one voice. And I look forward to working with the gentleman from Illinois and the chairman of this committee and the chairman of the Digital Assets Subcommittee, Mr. Hill, on legislation that gets at, in a meaningful way, digital currencies that have helped Hamas receive large sums of funding from Iran in the 2 years preceding the attacks on Israel. I also look forward to holding this administration accountable for the billions of dollars of sanctions relief that they have made available to Iran that has led to the financing of Hamas and Hezbollah and resulted in these attacks, not just the sanctions relief on the oil, but also the $10 billion from Iraq and the $6 billion in the hostage deal. So there's a lot of areas that we need to look at in terms of how this administration's missteps have helped finance or created the conditions in which Iran has financed these barbaric terrorist attacks. But this bill is focused on something that apparently nobody on the other side of the aisle wants to talk about, and that is Treasury's shortcomings and failures in another area. And this bill is an important bill because it requires Treasury to conduct an analysis on Hamas's international financing and focuses on how the Treasury Department's use of the Exchange Stabilization Fund to redeem special drawing rights of Iran, and it prohibits drawdowns on SDRs to finance any state sponsors of terrorism. The gentleman from Illinois' amendment doesn't address that issue. I think we need to stay focused on the gentleman from Wisconsin's point and his bill, and that is the problem of SDRs. The United States and its allies have a duty to cut off financing to terrorist organizations that threaten the stability of the Middle East and the safety of the people of Israel. Mr. Stiles' bill deprives Hamas's ability to finance their horrific attacks again and ensures that the United States government is implementing a strategy to end this group once and for all. We should make sure that Iran does not have access to financing from any source, and that includes SDRs from the IMF. Treasury clearly cannot be trusted to be tough on Iran, as evidenced by their sanctions relief program, and so this bill is very important. And with that, I will yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I thank my colleague for the time. I'd like to just take a brief moment to go back to the conversation before the amendment came up from Mr. Casson. The ranking member made an argument that Treasury doesn't always know when a transaction could benefit a state sponsor of terrorism. The SDR restrictions in the bill require the Treasury make a determination, is not in a position to take. I think it's important to recognize that the Treasury Department already has a longstanding policy of not engaging in SDR transactions with state sponsors of terrorism, and this bill codifies that practice. It doesn't require the Treasury to do anything new in that respect. In the second part of the SDR section of my bill, it prohibits the Treasury Department from dealing in SDRs with a country if it finds this transaction will result in a direct provision of funds to a state sponsor of terrorism. Again, consistent with current practice. The Treasury Department says they do not conduct SDR transactions if they believe the proceeds will not be used to support a state sponsor of terrorism. So I'm having trouble understanding a little bit what the problem is here. The Treasury Department's already making these determinations when they're clearly able to make those determinations going forward. We just want to add assurances that this potential avenue of financing to Iran or Syria will be cut off, but it should be abundantly clear that Iran is using resources to fund terrorism. We've seen this in Hamas's attacks against Israel, in Hezbollah, Houthi missile strikes, and Iran-backed groups on American service members. I think it's all the more essential we move forward with my legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. There being no further discussion or amendment or debate, without objection, the previous question is ordered and recorded votes on the amendment has been postponed. Once those votes are taken, the committee will immediately consider the question to report the measure. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6000, the Revoke Iranian Funding Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, which is distributed in advance.
H.R. 6000, a bill to freeze the $6 billion of Iranian funds held in Qatar and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open amendment at any point. The gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, is an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I think we have heard repeatedly within this committee that Iran is the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. Their tactics of terror know no bounds. They will stop at nothing to destroy Israel, present a direct threat to the United States, and indeed our very way of life. The savagery of Iran's terror funding was on full display for the world to see on October 7th. Here, Hamas, that was trained, funded, and supplied by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, brutally attacked our greatest ally in the Middle East, that of Israel. And in this morning's classified briefing with members, we witnessed firsthand the depravity, the barbarism, and the outright slaughter of innocents. As a counterintelligence officer who's worked the Iran portfolio for some time, I've worked with both the Israeli Defense Forces and U.S. allies in the region to counter the IRGC, and specifically Quds Force, their special operations teams in the area. But behind the scenes, the enemy must be crippled, not only by using intelligence operations, but depletion of their resources, most importantly, by addressing their access to funding. That's why I am proud to be introducing the Revoke Iranian Funding Act of 2023 with my friend and colleague from Missouri, Mr. Blaine Luetkemeyer. This bill would provide a surgical strike, as it were, in rescinding the licenses involving the $6 billion transferred from South Korea to Qatar in September of 2023, effectively cutting off Iran's access to these funds. We have talked a lot about it, Mr. Chairman. It is beyond time that we do something about it. This would ensure that those assets do not flow to Iran and the government of Iran and the weaponization of Iran, and certainly not make it to the Iranian people themselves. Additionally, this bill would ensure that the American people are notified before any additional sanctions waivers are issued to the country of Iran, specifically if the White House feels pressure to do so. It is our duty in Congress to review the sanctions waivers to ensure that our adversaries are not skirting sanctions, breaking rules under our nose, or using non-traditional methods to fund terrorist organizations. As the #1 sponsor of terrorism, my bill would directly counter Iran's ability, with the U.S. government diligently reviewing all Iranian assets over $5 million to accurately understand where the funding is coming from, where it is going, and who is benefiting from it. Mr. Chair, in the last month alone, 40 attacks on U.S. forces in the region have resulted in nearly as many casualties on U.S. personnel. We know directly that by injecting new funds, even for those so-called humanitarian purposes, Iran has redirected those resources to directly fund terror. In fact, our own Department of Justice recently found that Turkish Halabank had illicitly transferred approximately $20 billion worth of restricted Iranian funds through a so-called humanitarian exception. But none of that was used for the people of Iran. Instead, it was used directly to threaten the United States and train terrorist groups in both Hezbollah and Hamas. President Biden's own security coordinator for strategic communications, John Kirby, said just last week the White House shares concerns about any diversion of humanitarian assistance that would assist Hamas's purpose and further threaten Israel and our allies in the region. And when President Biden told the Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi that he would unfreeze the $6 billion in September, Raisi did not say that Tehran would use that for humanitarian purposes. They said specifically they would use it wherever we need it. This is not a regime that is prepared to work together, even for the sanctity of their own people. And while we may want those funds to go to humanitarian aid, clearly the Iranian regime will use it however they see fit, as they have done consistently in the past. So my bill, along with the bipartisan legislation introduced today with members of this committee, would thwart the next terrorist attack launched, funded, trained, and executed by operators in Iran. It is only by choking off the Ayatollah as means of funding, whatever mechanism that may find itself, that we can save both American lives, protect our allies, maintain our position as a global leader in the region, and adhere to what's truly humane, that of saving lives. So with this bipartisan bill, I would not only leverage a U.S. sanction authority to pressure the Iranian regime, but it would also allow the American people to be notified if additional resources are being provided to Iran ahead of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Actually, will the gentleman yield?
I will.
Gentleman yields. Thank you. I want to commend my colleague from Iowa for his thoughtful legislation, his work in collaboration with members of both parties to achieve a thoughtful approach that protects Americans' interests and American allies' interests internationally. This is very good legislative business you've been about, and especially given your background, it's helpful to have you leading this discussion and debate. I want to thank my colleague for his leadership, and I yield back to him. Gentlemen, yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, appreciate that, the leadership on this team, including Mr. Luetkemeyer and our colleagues in the Senate who have also come along board with this, recognizing the full scope. I would yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Ranking member seeks recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman and members, this bill appears to be an effort to undermine the Biden administration. And honestly, future administrations, both Republican and Democratic, and their efforts to negotiate around the world. This bill abandons long-standing bipartisan humanitarian carve-outs from sanctions, including the provision of food, medicine, and even treatments for sick babies. It also undermines a commitment by the United States government that was made to secure the release of 5 Americans wrongly detained by Iran in exchange for potentially receiving humanitarian goods. This bill is strongly opposed by this administration because it undermines all presidents' ability to negotiate credibly at a moment when diplomacy is vital. Specifically, regarding the $6 billion, these are funds that accrued when South Korea was authorized by the Trump administration to buy oil from Iran. What the Biden team secured was that these proceeds could only be used for humanitarian purposes, like responding to an earthquake. Earlier this month, Secretary Blinken testified that, quote, the money never goes and would never go to Iran. It can only be used for authorized transactions overseen by our Treasury Department and only for things like food, medicine, and other authorized humanitarian purposes. To date, not a single dollar has been expended from that account. Let me repeat that last part, and I quote, not a single dollar has been expended from that account. None of these funds have been or will be used to support Hamas or the government of Iran. Let me say, there's no one on this committee, either side, that supports Iran and its support for Hamas. I do not support it. None of my colleagues support this. And we've got to understand the difference between a president having the ability to negotiate in ways that do not harm us but help us. I mentioned the hostages that the president was able to get released. That's very important, and it's very important for a president to have that kind of power and influence. And as I indicated, not one dime of this $6 billion can be used by Iran. This is for, as I tried to describe, earthquakes and other kinds of disasters for humanitarian purposes. It is overseen by Treasury, it is monitored by Treasury, and they cannot do anything with it except what was in this agreement that your president made on behalf of the hostages and other kinds of things that are so important to all of us. And so I have to oppose this bill.
Gentlelady yields back. Anybody else want to discuss the bill? Yeah, I'll go first. Okay, and I'll yield to him. Okay, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. You know, listening to the ranking member, I understand, I moved to strike last word, some of her concerns, but I don't think that this bill undermines the president or administrations. I think what it does, it adds to what's going on. Yes, we will recognize that no dollars have been used yet to be able to fund anything for the Iranian terrorists, but at the same time, money is fungible. So whatever you give to them in the form of aid can be replaced, instead of them using those dollars to fund aid, they can be replaced then by the dollars that we give them. So I think that's the concern that is here. We've had enough briefings on this to understand that there's a third party engaged here to be able to utilize the dollars. You know, basically Iran's going to have to give some money to the folks for aid and then get reimbursed for it. So I think what we're trying to do here is put in place some additional things that are there, I think, to recognize that. You know, as the gentleman from Iowa indicated, you need to know where it's going and who it's benefiting. I think that's important. You have to realize that, and this is public knowledge, that there's anywhere from 25 to 30 cells in this country today, terrorist cells. Many of them have come in through our border. And as a result, they're sitting here waiting to be energized and motivated by Iran or whoever else in charge of the dollars that fund them. And so this is something, again, that we need to be thinking about. This is not to know where these dollars go, to follow them. The dollars that are being raised by Iran through their oil sales, you know, we've talked about this, I believe, already today a couple times, but let's reiterate again. The fact that we don't have ourselves producing as much oil as we can and putting it on the international market allows the market to be increased, the price of oil to be increased, and therefore we've had about $80 billion more in additional monies that have gone into the Iranian coffers as a result of our own energy policies. So we've got to stop what we're doing. We've got to find a way to make sure that the dollars don't go where we're fearful they may go. Don't allow the Iranians to be able to use the fungible nature of money to be able to offset some things. And so I am in total agreement with the gentleman from Iowa. I think this is a good bill. It actually codifies a lot of things that need to be said and done in a codified way. So with that, I'll yield to the gentleman from Iowa to make a few more points.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with you. I respect that the ranking member has highlighted this is not just a Democrat or Republican issue. This is a collective American issue, and we are committed to it. At the same time, I want to challenge the assertion that these funds are frozen. They are clearly not. The reality is that the waiver effectively gives the president the ability to change it at a moment's notice. The waiver's existence creates a legal pathway for these funds to be accessed by Iran. And what have they done with it historically in the past? Under the guise of humanitarian aid, they have given the food to the IRGC and Quds forces. They have sold the medicine on the black market. They have a $6 billion line of credit that they are using for the types of threats that we have seen not only on Israel's southern border, but as the chairman rightly notes, on America's southern border and entry into the United States. The reality is, we must act. Congress, the American people deserve to have a voice before the president makes a decision that could fundamentally alter how the #1 sponsor of terrorism, Iran, receives funding in any guise. The $6 billion today marks an immediate response to that of what Iran has been able to fund to attack United States assets currently in the Middle East. The real threat is that it could soon end up on the homeland if left unchecked. Therefore, the most prudent and secure course of action is for Congress to rescind this waiver, giving the president the ability to act, but only when having a direct conversation with Congress for the oversight and the American people who he's responsible to. Future presidents and this president must recognize that that is a responsibility when dealing with a sponsor of terror. Ensuring that these funds remain firmly out of Iran's reach and cannot be used in any form to destabilize not only the region, but present a direct and immediate threat to U.S. forces, because these dollars unequivocally, to the tune of billions, have been done illicitly in the past with the subversion of these sanctions. And so I would ask the chair to not only support this bill, but for our ranking member to come alongside. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of substitute offered by the gentleman from Iowa. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Ayes have it. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 6000, is amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hands, the recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, the vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 5945, the Freezing-HAMAS Act. The clerk will report the bill, which is distributed in advance.
H.R. 5945.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Meuser, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5945.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for purpose of amendment. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Meuser. Please open your mic, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of this legislation, freezing and halting any more alleviation of Sanctions Act or the Freezing-HAMAS Act. This bill makes clear that Congress does not support facilitating the transfer of funds to Iran, a known state sponsor of terrorism, and condemns the terrorist attacks that occurred in Israel and continue to occur. This legislation is a direct response to the recent actions by the Biden administration, specifically the waiver to facilitate the transfer of funds to Iran following the prisoner exchange, which occurred on September 11th, 2023. While we unequivocally support the safe return of American citizens from Iran, the methods employed, providing funds to a known state sponsor of terrorism, is deeply concerning and has proven counterproductive to our broader security objectives. Iran's ongoing support for terrorist organizations, particularly Hamas and Hezbollah, and its recent involvement in facilitating terror attacks against Israel necessitates a strong and immediate response. By reinstating these critical sanctions, which were unfortunately waived or reduced under previous agreements, we can apply the necessary pressure on the Iranian regime to curb its malign activities. Our action today is not just about reversing a single decision, but about setting a clear policy stance. We cannot, in good conscience, allow American dollars to bolster the coffers of a regime that consistently undermines peace and stability in the Middle East and and poses a direct threat to our allies and interests in the region and around the world. As members of Congress, it is our duty to safeguard our nation's security and uphold our commitments to our allies. The reinstatement of these sanctions through the Freezing-HAMAS Act is a crucial step in this direction. It sends an unambiguous message to Tehran and the world: the United States will not tolerate or indirectly support terrorist activities, nor will we compromise on our principles in the face of external threats. I urge my fellow committee members to support this bill. Our resolve in this matter is critical for the preservation of peace and stability, not just in the Middle East, but globally. Thank you, and I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendments in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, H.R. 5945. The question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of substitute offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Ayes have it. The question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 5945 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Independent of the chair, the ayes have it. Ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. So to be a number having raised their hands, the recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3. The committee of rules, the vote on this question is postponed. Next. Right here. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6015, the Iran Sanctions Accountability Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, which is distributed in advance.
H.R. 6015, a bill to require
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Luetkemeyer, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. Clerk will report the amendment.
amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6015.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for purpose of amendment. Gentleman from Missouri, myself, is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank the chairman for adding this bill to the docket today, H.R. 6015, the Iran Sanctions Accountability Act. I'm confident this bill will garner bipartisan support. In September, the Biden administration issued waivers allowing for the transfer of $6 billion in Iranian funds from accounts in South Korea to Qatar. These funds were to be used exclusively for humanitarian purposes. In exchange, Iran committed to the release of 5 American hostages. As we know, less than a month later, one of Iran's terrorist proxies, Hamas, waged a brutal assault on our friends in Israel. The administration has since suspended any release of the $6 billion until further notice. Against this backdrop, my legislation today would help ensure that future humanitarian assistance to Iran, whether it relates to the $6 billion in Qatar or not, is subject to appropriate due diligence. Congress has repeatedly endorsed humanitarian exemptions in our sanctions laws, since the purpose of OFAC's Iran sanctions is to target the dictatorship in Tehran, not the innocent victims who are suffering under it. At the same time, we should all want reassurance that the Ayatollahs aren't diverting humanitarian assistance to support terrorism and weapons proliferation. For instance, if funds were released to Iran, we must ensure that fungibility doesn't allow for expansions elsewhere in the Iranian budget. These funds should not add, or should add, these funds should add to the humanitarian relief, not replace relief that would have occurred regardless. Additionally, we cannot allow Iran to purchase and resell humanitarian goods to supplement Tehran's revenues. My bill requires the President to prescribe regulations to ensure that humanitarian assistance addresses risks like these. That may include public guidance on know your customer procedures for business dealings with Iran, or enhanced record keeping for exporters who trade in humanitarian goods with the government. The bipartisan outcry against a $6 billion ransom to Iran highlights what little confidence Congress has in Iran's use of unfrozen funds. While our sanctions have long incorporated humanitarian aid for ordinary citizens, we must ensure aid is reaching the intended recipients. This is especially true for a government rife with money laundering risk and a mission to finance terrorism globally. We absolutely cannot allow humanitarian aid to become a weapon used to destroy humanity, which, if given the chance, is exactly what Iran and Hamas will do. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6015, and I yield back the balance of my time. Recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last
Moves to
word.
strike the last words. Recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in support of H.R. 6015, the Iran Sanctions Accountability Act of 2023. H.R. 6015 would require the President to ensure that humanitarian exemptions involving U.S. sanctions on Iran do not facilitate acts of international terrorism, transactions with sanctions persons, or the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. This bill, unlike the previous two bills, does not prevent humanitarian waivers, but instead only requires the President to establish clear rules for how such waivers can be applied. I hope that with this bill, my Republican colleagues can become more comfortable with the longstanding practice of the United States to offer humanitarian waivers to our comprehensive sanctions on countries. I support this bill and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I thank her for her support. Any other discussion on the bill? Any amendments to the bill? With that, the question now occurs on adoption of H.R. 6015 and the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Missouri. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes appear to have it. Question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 6015 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Independent chair, the ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. We need a recorded vote. Recorded vote's been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hands. The recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee's rules. The vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to the chair. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6367, the Armed Conflict Migration Act of 2023. Clerk will report the bill, which is distributed in advance.
H.R. 6367, a bill to direct the Secretary of the Treasury to instruct the United States Executive Director at each international financial institution to use the voice, vote, and influence of the United States to provide financial assistance to countries that receive an influx of civilian non-combatant.
Objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6367, offered by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. According to the United Nations, since Israel's hunt for Hamas and the hostages began following the October 7, 2023 terrorist attack, over 1.5 million Gazans, approximately 75% of the territory's population, have been displaced from their homes. And I share my very, very deepest condolences with all the people who have lost loved ones in their homes because of this devastating conflict. I would like nothing more than to see a de-escalation to the violence and a stop to the death of innocents on both sides. Despite the horrific conditions we are seeing in Gaza, we know that many Palestinians will choose to stay in Gaza, and they may be supported with the necessary humanitarian aid to do so. However, there will also be some in Gaza who would like to leave what could be a prolonged and increasingly concerning conflict. It is human to be concerned with the safety of one's self and one's family. But let me be very clear. If families should choose to leave Gaza for any reason, these individuals unequivocally must have the ability to re-enter Gaza when they're ready to go home. Despite engagement from the United States, the countries that surround Gaza, including Egypt and Jordan, have expressed strong concerns about taking in residents displaced by this conflict. There are many valid reasons why nations may be hesitant. These include security concerns and concerns that residents leaving Gaza could result in a loss of claim to land over time. However, one reason is that receiving nations are often facing their own economic and development challenges. We see this challenge globally as conflict and climate change increasingly cause displacement. Globally, most nations hosting a large population of displaced persons are low and middle income countries. Displaced persons, both inside and outside of Gaza, have typically suffered major setbacks or have lost many of their assets, sometimes everything. Accepting displaced Palestinians could pose significant economic burdens to nations where much of the population may leave or may live near or below the poverty line. Even developed nations can be hesitant to borrow or take on debt for displaced persons or to shoulder the burdens of a sudden increase in population without international partnership. International financial institutions such as the World Bank and International Monetary Fund can help provide financial tools and other assistance to help support displaced families and alleviate these burdens. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Gentlelady strikes the last word.
I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I support H.R. 6367, the Armed Conflict Migration Act of 2023, offered by Mr. Cleaver. This bill would direct the Treasurer to use its voice and vote at the IMF, World Bank, and other development banks to provide financial assistance to those places, those countries that receive an influx of displaced Palestinians stemming from the war in Gaza. I have called for a ceasefire because I believe that we urgently need to get humanitarian aid, including water, food, and medicine, into Gaza. We also need to be prepared today should the international community need to support any of the 2 million Palestinians in Gaza, so many of whom are now homeless. The IMF and the World Bank should be ready if and when the need arises to provide help to these Palestinian civilians harmed by the war, no matter where they are. However, the Treasury must ensure that the Palestinians are not prevented from returning to Gaza. Mr. Chairman and members, as we have watched this war played out, we have seen opportunities that were given to basically leave Gaza. And in much of the conversations and what is going on, we discovered that many of them had nowhere to go. I think there were a few Palestinians that were allowed to go out through the path through Egypt at one point, but that was a very limited number. We also know that there are families who have the elder members of their family who they don't want to see die in Gaza. And they may have an opportunity to go to one of these countries that many others, for whatever reasons, would like to go to because of the fact that either they've lost half of their families, they have the elderly, and some other countries are saying, we will welcome so many of those migrants into our country. And we think that if that happens, that those countries receive some support for those who are leaving. But we also want those who think that maybe, no matter how bad it gets, that there should be what does not look like encouragement to leave. What we and what Mr. Cleaver is doing at this point is just allowing the opportunity for those who are anxious to go to countries where there's a large influx of others, Palestinians, that are allowed to come in, for those countries to be able to receive some support. So I support the bill, and I support the Palestinians doing whatever they decide to do to stay in the face of danger or to leave if there's a place to go. So I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? I will recognize I'll move to strike the last word and recognize myself. Just want to express my support for H.R. 6367. The gentleman from Missouri has a very large heart, and again, he is using that heart to look at ways to be helpful to those who have been displaced in this war through no fault of their own. And I think that I appreciate his efforts along this line to take care of those innocent folks who are suffering as a result of this tragic situation that's going on over there. I thank him for his efforts. I look forward to supporting the bill. I urge the rest of my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Anybody else want to discuss the bill? Seeing none, is there any amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment to the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Missouri. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 6367 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Appear to have it. The ayes have it. And the bill H.R. 6367 is ordered favorably and reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6370, the OFAC Licensure for Investigators Act. Clerk, report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 6370, a bill to require the Office of Foreign Assets Control to develop a program under which private sector firms may receive
Without
a
objection,
license.
the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, has an amendment in the nature of substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6370.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for purpose of amendment. Gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this bill to the committee, and to our ranking member, thank you for your support. H.R. 6370, the OFAC Licensure for Investigators Act, seeks to enhance the tools at our disposal to investigate sanctioned people and entities and to hold bad actors accountable. I am proud to lead this bipartisan bill with my colleague, Congressman Nunn from Iowa, who I have partnered with on other initiatives under the national security jurisdiction. This bill requires the Secretary of Treasury to develop a special licensing pilot program within the Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence and administered by the Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC. This pilot program would grant private sector firms such as blockchain analytic firms or the financial intelligence units within correspondent banks a temporary specific license to conduct nominal financial transactions with sanctioned entities to aid in law enforcement's investigation. The concept behind this legislation, Mr. Chair, is similar to a keep open letter when the government asked a bank to keep a suspicious illicit account open with a safe harbor so it can monitor the account. Thanks to our robust sanctions regime, private financial firms are limited in their capacity to engage with sanctioned entities. But that also means it's impossible to access data about bad actors, networks, and methods that would greatly assist law enforcement, governments, consumers of their products, and the financial industry overall. By giving OFAC the authority to tailor the parameters of the specific licensed pilot program, this legislation enhances our investigatory toolbox while guaranteeing essential protections. For example, the specific license would be well-defined and narrowly applied, ensuring that private firms only conduct nominal transactions, whether it be for $1, let's say, or $5, to collect better data and intelligence. Additionally, the program would have strict oversight, requiring the licensed recipients provide detailed monthly reports to OFAC, reporting on their activities and findings under the license. Given the program's potential to greatly enhance financial intelligence gathering, it would be short-sighted not to harness the resources of private sector firms and work collaboratively to hold bad actors accountable. So I am asking all of my colleagues to support this bill. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Anybody else who would like to speak on the bill?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady moves to strike last word and recognized for 5 minutes.
I support H.R. 6370, the OFAC Licensure for Investigators Act, which is sponsored by Ms. Beatty, who serves as a ranking member of the Subcommittee on National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions. Her bill requires the Treasury to develop a pilot program administered by OFAC, the Treasury Sanctions Office that partners with private sector firms like blockchain and analytics firms and financial intelligence units within banks. Together, they would conduct very limited financial transactions with and through sanctions entities, enabling OFAC to best investigate leads that would otherwise be prohibited under U.S. sanctions laws. I appreciate Ms. Beatty's work on this bill and how this bill can enable Treasury to find terrorists, Russian oligarchs, and corrupt government officials wherever they're hiding around the globe. Mrs. Beatty's bill is all but following the money trail, and I urge members to support it. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Anyone else want to discuss the bill? If not, I'll recognize myself. Move to strike the last word. Want to express my support for H.R. 6370 as well. Basically, it would allow blockchain companies to work with OFAC to trace cryptocurrencies to wallets controlled by terror networks. These bad actors must be stopped, and this legislation provides a creative solution to help address the situation. I thank the gentlelady from Ohio for her efforts. I look forward to supporting this bill. I urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back my time. Further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of substitute offered by a gentlewoman from Ohio. All those in favor should signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 6370 as amendment, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Independent chair, the ayes have it. Ayes appear to have it. Majority having voted.
You request a
What purpose, gentlelady, would seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request the nays and yeas.
The recorded vote's been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hands, recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection 5, Rule 3 of the committee rules. Vote is on this question is postponed. Okay. Next. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6365, the Stopping Illicit Oil Shipments Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 6365, A bill to protect
Without
against
objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, the ranking member, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6365.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. Gentleman from California, Ms. Waters, is recognized
Thank
for
you.
5 minutes.
I want to start by thanking you and Mr. McHenry and all of your staff for working with me and my staff on this important piece of legislation. H.R. 6365, the Stopping Illicit Oil Shipment Act of 2023, enables state insurance regulators to more easily cancel maritime insurance contracts when they have evidence that oil tankers and other types of marine vessels that have changed their flags during transit, dock at port, and use the port services to unload their cargo. These so-called ghost ships leave port under one flag only to change their flag in transit to a port to hide their country of origin. Iran and Russia use this tactic to circumvent United States sanctions on their oil production. And we know that much of this sanctioned oil is making its way to China. In fact, it is estimated that about 2 million barrels of oil are being transported daily on vessels with false flags. This bill effectively holds ports and the companies that service these vessels accountable by directing U.S. insurance companies to cancel their insurance coverage if a ghost ship docks. My bill also directs the Treasury to publish a report of those contracts that were canceled using data from the state insurance commissioners. And finally, this bill also directs the Treasury to report to Congress about how to set up a whistleblower program to support OFAC's investigations into identifying these ghost ships and the firms that service them. I hope you will join me in supporting this important bill to counter illicit activity by Russia, Iran, and China. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion or debate? If not, I'll move to strike last word and recognize myself for comments. I want to express my support for the ranking member's bill. Despite the sanctions imposed upon Iran's illicit oil trade, the country continues to smuggle record amounts of petroleum products to China and Russia. Reuters recently reported that China, the world's largest crude importer and Iran's top customer, bought an average of over 1 million barrels per day of Iranian oil in the first 10 months of 2013. This is 60% above pre-sanction peaks recorded by Chinese customs in 2017. Proceeds of Iran's oil trade are used to finance terrorist proxies like Hamas, which carried out a barbaric attack recently against innocent civilians, Israeli civilians, on October 7th. Shortly after the attack, the House passed the SHIP Act, led by committee member Mike Lawler, who imposed sanctions on foreign individuals who knowingly transport, process, refine, or otherwise deal in Iranian petroleum products. That legislation, like H.R. 6365 before us today, are efforts to crack down on the dark fleet, or vessels that obscure their locations or identities to avoid proper oversights from governments and business partnerships. These vessels use GPS spoofing technologies and fraudulent registrations to move oil from heavily sanctioned countries like Venezuela and Iran. H.R. 6365 would empower the insurance industry by including in all maritime contracts a provision that voids the policy if the policyholder fails to verify the registration of the vessel and fails to verify that the flagging of the vessel if consistent with the vessel's registration. This legislation is one small part of a much-needed multifaceted approach to scuttle the dark fleet once and for all. Thank the gentlewoman from California for her efforts. I look forward to supporting this bill, or as my colleagues do the same. And with that, I yield back. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any further amendments on the bill? Seeing none. Question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by a gentleman from California. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Ayes have it. The question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 6365 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The gentlelady from California has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor shall raise their hand. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. The vote of this question has postponed. With that, all debate has concluded. We will what was that word? Recess. We'll recess until 2:30, at which time we will take votes on those postponed amendments and measures. Committee stands in recess.
The committee will come to order. A quorum being present, we will now proceed to take votes on postponed amendments and measures. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we will now take the votes pending on ordering H.R. 5921 as amended favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas.
Aye.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Aye. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Meuser. Mr. Meuser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters.
No.
Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Aye. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Caston. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes.
I'll come back. Never mind, go ahead.
Ms. Presley is recorded as voting aye. Mr. Horsford is recorded as voting no. Ms. Tlaib. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen.
Aye.
Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Sessions.
Aye.
Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez is recorded as voting aye. Mr. Caston. Ms. Tlaib. Mr. Donalds, you are not recorded. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Barr, you are not recorded. Mr. Barr votes aye.
Any other member wish to change their vote or is not recorded?
Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley, you are recorded as voting aye. Ms. Presley, off aye, on no.
Is there any member who wishes to change their vote or who has not voted?
Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver is recorded as voting no.
Is there any member who has not voted? The clerk will report. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 34 and the nays are 12.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 5921 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 5923 as amended favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas.
Aye.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Meuser. Mr. Meuser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters.
Yes.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Hines. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Yes.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen.
Aye.
Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes Mr. Mooney, Mr. Garbarino, Mr. Meeks, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Himes.
Any member wish to change their vote or who has not voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 47 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 5923 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take a vote pending on ordering H.R. 6245 as amended favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas.
Aye.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Meuser. Mr. Meuser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Ms. Waters.
Yes.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen.
Aye.
Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Himes.
Any member who's not recorded their vote or wishes to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 49 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 6245 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take votes pending on ordering H.R. 6323 as amended, favorably reported to the House. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Aye. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Aye. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Aye. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Aye. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Huizenga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Emmer votes aye. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Meuser. Mr. Meuser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters.
No.
Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez.
No.
Mrs. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Yes. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes no. Mrs. Pedersen.
No.
Mrs. Pedersen votes no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Donalds. Yes. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Himes.
Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 30 and the nays are 19.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 6323 as amended, the bills are ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion reconsider is laid on the table. The committee will now take votes on postponing the postponed amendment to H.R. 6322, the End Financing to Hamas and State Sponsors of Terrorism Act, offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. The question is on the Caston amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Hill, no.
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas. No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Luetkemeyer. No. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizenga. No. Mr. Huizenga votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams. No. Mr. Williams votes no. Mr. Emmer. No. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. No. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. No. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. No. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Meuser. Mr. Meuser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. No. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. No. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. No. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Mrs. Waters. Mrs. Waters.
Yes.
Mrs. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Yes. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Aye. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Yes. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Aye. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Barr.
You got to be in the room.
Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Himes.
Is there any member who hasn't voted or wishes to change their vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 27.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. There being no further discussion or amendment to the bill, H.R. 6322, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment of the nature of substitute offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye. More robustly. Aye. Aye.
I appreciate the enthusiasm. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
Nay.
I also appreciate the enthusiasm. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 6322, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
No.
Mr.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hill is recorded as voting aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Meuser. Mr. Meuser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Sherman is recorded as voting aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Torres.
I vote aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen.
Aye.
Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Himes.
Is there any member who has not voted or wishes to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 36 and the nays are 13.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 6322 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House without objection. Motion reconsidered is laid on the table. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 6000 as amended favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas.
Aye.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Meuser. Mr. Meuser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters.
No.
Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez. No. Mrs. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. No. Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott. Aye. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. No. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver. No. Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Nickel? Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Patterson?
Aye.
Ms. Patterson votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Himes?
Is there any member who hasn't voted or wishes to change their vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 37 and the nays are 13.
A majority haven't voted in favor of H.R. 6000 as amended. The bills are ordered favorably reported to the House without objection. Motion reconsiders laid on the table. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 5945 as amended favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer? Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga? Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Meuser? Mr. Meuser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino? Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez? Mrs. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Himes? Mr. Foster? Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty?
No.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib? Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Torres? Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Nickel? Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Huizenga? Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Himes?
Is there any member who hasn't voted or wishes to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk?
Ms. Presley seeks.
Ms. Presley, you are recorded as voting aye. Ms. Presley, off aye, on no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 37 and the nays are 13.
A majority voted in favor of H.R. 5945 as amended. The bills are ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 6015 as amended favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Meuser. Mr. Meuser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr, you're recorded as voting aye. Mr. Garbarino, Mr. Himes.
Is there a member who hasn't voted or wishes to change their vote?
Mr. Caston, you are recorded as voting no. Mr. Caston, off no, on aye. Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 50 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 6015 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take votes pending on ordering H.R. 6370 as amended favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Meuser. Mr. Meuser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Himes.
Is there any member who hasn't voted or wishes to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 50 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 6370 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion reconsidered is laid on the table. Here's the ultimate vote of the day. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take votes pending on ordering H.R. 6365 as amended, favorably reported. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Meuser. Mr. Meuser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye.
The clerk and the staff deserve to be heard. Clerk will
Mr. Nickel.
continue.
Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Huizenga.
Aye.
Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Himes. Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 50 and the nays are 0.
Thank you. A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 6365 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes on all measures ordered to be reported today. Members will have 2 days to file views on each reported measure considered today. And there being no further business, the committee stands adjourned.